All right, chat. Welcome. I did say that I was going to do this. Now, I'm gonna wait a little bit before pulling. One, obviously, because I have not seen the entirety of the kit yet. I mean, I've seen Shadow Vested, but I have not seen the numbers here. Because I usually like to wait until the game's actually out so I can get like a feel what the numbers actually are. Now, I just want to check the passive here. Base attack skill end if this unit has 15. Luke Workshop, yay, type 2 blade draw, thrust force, WB fire. Activate even the balance, lose flame. Okay, it's this one. Okay. Oh, that's... Oh, that goes even with skill 3. Okay, that's a bit... Yeah, on defense skill, clash lose. This unit has 3 haste. This unit cannot be staggered from taking damage until defense skill end and activate to claim their bones after being hit? What the... Oh. Okay. That's a bit nutty. Upon entering encounter for the first time, the student gains a bearing of Salso every blade identity on the field. An attack used in slash skills gain 1 point. So 1 stack when an ally blade defeated. Okay. 3 or more blade lineage identities exclude this unit or defeat this encounter. Or skill use if this unit did not have swordplay of the homeland, gain swordplay of the homeland. We know that. And yeah, it's just 4 points count. Gain Dokubi arms and heal Pride Resin SP for blade lineage allied identities, excluding this unit. Okay. This allied identity elite at less than 50%, excluding this unit, gain 1 assist defense. Okay. At the skill end, gain 1 book workshop for every 3 poise points on self. X5 2 times per check. Okay. Okay. And then, I mean, I'm not going to really consider the support too much, but I'll still look at it. One ally with the fast speed deals plus 10 damage using flash skills. Okay. So that's probably is a good passive for charge team, right? For Ryoshu. Now, let's see what's what here. You know, the 10 stacks per turn. Okay. 1 haste for every 5 stacks. Defense skills lose 1 clash power for every 2 stacks. Okay. I see what's up. Does it have to be... Yeah, it does look like it has to be... What's the name? It doesn't have to be the assist defense. It can just be either defense, which is pretty good. Gain 1 for every haste on self, max 2. I feel like you want this one as Wait, is this one Oh yeah, it's just a status and not something you can stack up. Okay. So in that case, it's okay. Okay. Flash power for every 5 bleed on target. I mean, it's not a lot of bleed count though. I don't know how you'll stack that up. Maybe with Faust, but I don't know about that. Yeah, this one looks pretty good though. That is a lot of damage. Voice count. Okay, that's... That's a lot. And then this is the big one. Gmail itself. Oh. Okay. Okay, you can just... Alright. Jesus. Okay. That's not too bad. I've already looked at Verso's thing. It looks pretty good. I think the only thing being that I'm not sure how to feel about like 3 turns to actually play with the Resentful Scabbard, but I could just be tripping. And in fairness, I have not played with this kit yet, so let's see if we can get it. I'm gonna go until I'm probably only gonna do like 3 10 pulls, because I still want to keep enough lunacy for at least like 1 hard pity for when Walpurgis eventually happens, because I feel like it's gonna happen after this banner or after or like after the next banner. So I mean, I hope I'm lucky, but life's not been too nice on me, chat. Especially for the like for the Oats banner. God damn it. Please. This is all I have. I literally... Please. No. It's minimum pity. What? What? Okay. It's one more. It's one more. I swear to God. I swear to God. I'm not even mad. Nope. No, I'm not gonna pretend I'm angry or anything like that. I'm just... We're just gonna let it rock. I'm not even gonna spend this ticket. This ticket is for the dual banner of Roja and Heathcliff, Thumb, Nurse Father, Apprentice. I'm sad. I'm sad. So sad. I think this is the most we have for Blade Lineage. The ideal thing here, or at least the strategy I'm going for, is to have Heathcliff spend everything. And then Ryoshu comes in as a substitute, and then everyone else can do their thing. I hope at least that there's someone who has I mean, maybe we could get someone in my friends list who has either Verso's thing or Ishmael's. I'm preferring Ishmael. I am really excited to see Kim though. It's been so long. No. Wait. For this one, we should go about it like 10. No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Roja's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered Encorp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of Encorp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but storages suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street. Butter? Without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread. Just evenly spread out like butter. Nothing convenient like that. I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisong, and Rousseau were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Project and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, he decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself some much-needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. Reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be can't access the Cassell shaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remains occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right? You really are caught up from the Cassell shaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Cassell shaft, it may as well be that she can't? I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. I will press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes. Your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and Sora lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Araishiki's severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why will my old memories come back, though? Is it because this clock? Speculation based on your experience with a bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. I really should, at least, just, double click to make sure that I have all the dialogue ready. Alright, so I don't awkwardly stammer. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, and exposed to the kitchen instruments in the heat of the stove. Its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road. The end of the hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you'll be able to engrave your aspect. Still no idea what that means. Yeah. I still have no idea what an aspect means. Or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all of this began had wanted it badly. Obsessively. Desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge. But with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental limit. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Huh? Pay no mind. You're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests that you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision. Roja's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner status. Okay, that's fair enough. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right. And I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the place where each group is and what they're doing. Yep. Only Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Roja... Wait, did she just stuff all the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? P-Corp. It's a P-Corp jacket. In Otis's group. Let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD. Then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust. There's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit, different from what I remember. It's Kim, right? Come on. And she specified the issue. I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them, too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. The incident is of a serious nature. Perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. I wouldn't say it's not serious. I'm guessing that the team is going to be split up. Which is a little, yeah, but... Oh! I guess we're not going to find out for a little bit. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough. I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand all the... arm and hand signals? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know. It's scatter, David. So scatter. That was close. You almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. But we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make a boast of chivalric elegance. And when thou suddenly waves thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail. Forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. I think that of all the personnel in the team, only the Swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days. And realistically speaking, do you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. For all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to nonverbal signals. I don't even think Dante would know those signals. Yep. Might as well be splitting hairs. Literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Besotis' instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, are you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Huh? Oh, we need to tell a million years ago. You guys have been taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened the insipidance of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great. Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... This one appeared to be a sweeper! And that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer! Wait, sweepers can distort? I mean... Yeah, that's fair enough, actually. And this distortion I landed on... Probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan? Sayest thou? How? Was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh. Wait. Did nobody brief you? This has not been the structure of our assignments. You're given instructions. We perform them. And only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task of which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo Hadakim's also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Huh? Sure he is. You'll be surprised when you see just how okay he is now. Last time he said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Ongdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Aha! That? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Ah, you have arrived. Yeah, he's got his ass! It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of a sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. They had to get that line in because it was only there during our nights. They just have to make sure it's extra canon. Oh my god. That's killing me. Okay. Then what exactly is this like? Licensing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I'm yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord. I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. Silente aura, my god. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, for you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But, Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on. Did you just say mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch! Where's the switch? Gotcha. Who the fuck is this? Goodness. Known as Bamboo Had a Kim. Oh, yeah, that's me. Oh, so was that one just like propped up on like a mannequin? Yeah, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. My goodness, alright. Okay. So, more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Bamboo Had a Kim I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, happened while he was distorted and sucked into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is Bamboo Had a Kim? Yep, we double-checked with Ezra, and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, that fire on your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. Okay, now he's wearing it, but what about the hat? You need the hat. Can you... Okay, can we check again? Just in case. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man who we fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some... What? Like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Is he marking his scent like a cat? What? Lots of taking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. I do. Just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all stating like they've seen a ghost. Yeah, we are. I told them you were a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking? I also told them that you are a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. I feel like the more reasonable explanation is one of you know, them knowing you under the distortion. Undo. Yes, Mentor. That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me. Don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you're much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you. Are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him, so I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. If you even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name. And mine, by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case. Oh. So you can't see anything if I block this part, huh? Do tell. How many fingers am I holding? Why are you trolling? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why does thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Barely. When one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass clear with the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interests. Yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderpire. Yeah. Explain that. Yeah. You'll have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh. That one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis. Although his hand was still on my... Stop it! Alright. Clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you... I'm really not all about that hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So, let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Be the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job, with a frown too, I might add, only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Eng who's apparently been promoted me as, folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, then Boss hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's his name? Golden Bow? Yeah, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. Blah. I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Undo. Dear. There are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat. To shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra. Matter has submitted a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor. Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly little thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can. Or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No kid. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants in the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I'm aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. You know he has that hat for a reason, right, Ongdu? Right. My apologies for interrupting you mid-conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. Why are you making that? What? Can you stop making that face? No sooner Ongdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. But it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so... That day, I was gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess? Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. I did not expect him to be this, Damn. Okay. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Ongdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Ongdu's brand new prosthetic arms. Last time we saw her, Ongdu had lost both her arms. I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms. Even her clothes are different now. And that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host and one of the LCD teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Ongdu held up her dark metallic wrists as it showcased them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh! Such graceful smoothness! What to a machine articulation! Just so I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself! Yep. The showcase would have gone lackluster without a trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries and 7 lineup. But I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by the LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team, and they put him on her for trial. Doubt you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. What? Wait, what? Like, from distortions. You'll have to explain that one to me. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he wanted to say next catching in his chest. Did something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't too hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. But sorry, it just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright. I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You could thank yours for truly picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade could serve as a weapon that would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes upon every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please. Girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. 4 hours?! While everyone was distracted taking in Ongdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. Just like sit back on the couch, man. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are shrubs in that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh. That could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. The thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. The clerk picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, stunning it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe. Oh, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Oda shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair, as if she had realized something. Is that the, canned experience I've been hearing about? I'm not familiar with them. Marcel's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrists before the strip could even be pulled out. What did I do? The exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the ridge section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yeah, it went back in. The quiet nod. Marceau took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Marceau's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs still taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by NCORP are particularly difficult to falsify. They are often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. She would begin. Then, in the next breath, to return to your usual bubbly self and steer the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I. We are both still trying to be free of the misconception we ourselves. For all unflammably perky disposition, Ezra, too, may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain odd, deserving elimination? Huh? Yeah, wait. You're right. I haven't cleaned up the distortion already. I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby. And it didn't seem like any of the other center teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment, either. Dante is asking where the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. What? Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leaders around gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context. It may less be a mathematical term, a more specialized policy referring to a point at which distortion occurs. The motive, intent, or indeed, the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So, in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector, or the cause behind it. Stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see as on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though, I guess you guys don't really have to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock open a door into their patterns or whatever, right? You mean Dungeons of the Fathoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high in maintenance and time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but hearing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then, ta-da, patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we were wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, keeps trying to brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been Encore? Bingo. Apparently, the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like Zwei and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Oh, okay, just the residents, okay. I was about to say, because... Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gray suits, and a logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Merceau... Yeah, I was once employed by L-Corp. Right, N-Corp. Not L-Corp. That's a different identity. Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer some more insight. You know who these guys are? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera's briefcase in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Surface Clue. Rousseau recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay. Pinframe team, huh? Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of BenCorp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of BenCorp's internal information, analysis of BenCorp's internal intelligence, sorting and arranging of BenCorp's internal information, and intersector... that'll be enough. Wow. Are you talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, that's another thing to be jealous of. You think it'd be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if he just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Not Bael's? Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. They're from BenCorp's Pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in BenCorp's nest. But why would people be busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby backstreets like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. Huh? Possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra, staring holes into me with an unspoken, "Is this dude always like this?" wouldn't pull answers from me. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then. So, maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I've never imagined would happen. Rousseau's eyes widened. His gaze fixed me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with, "There is no such thing as an objective point of view." Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately, all things are subjective, without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Rousseau's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it, then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are the most likely for why these people had to come all the way to the backstreets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, "Oh, I see. My bad as usual." Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of BenCorp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with BenCorp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation. No? Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer officers or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys in here are BenCorp staff. Miss Sign Dude, what are you looking for in their pockets? I am looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet be hidden in their sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance. Yet my eyes are foreign to such feat. Let me take a look too. Employee card and... Okay. This one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Aha! This must be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an BenCorp staff's code and read its contents aloud. Work details: elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address: Butter Street. This is the place. Which means it's Ongdu? Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. At long last! At the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth! Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd be keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective prize that had been given to Riroja, Ryoshu, and Hong Lu back then. Verily, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurers stuff the costume away. Okay. We should get moving too. Sheesh. Oh, is that a combat note I see? What the hell is... Okay, let's just see what's what in a moment. What the fuck? Oh no. I think it's asking me to... Shit. Yeah, that's not good. I don't have blade lineage up. Makes this a bit awkward, but... Okay, at least someone in my friends list has it, thank god.
피가 범람할 망설임 없이.
잠시 이것만 삼키고.
The question is, who do I have in my Otis lineup that I would want to use? I mean, Charge could be one, but at the same time, no, not really. Maybe we do, no, not middle. Because middle is, it's primarily envy, right? Like, it's... I don't think that's worth it. Maybe we do... No, not that either. I mean... I think that'd have to give me such a hard answer. I mean... Good. I mean, I could just do Charge. It's a bit lame, but what can you do? This is what the game forced on. Wait, that one's level 45. Wait, who has her maxed out? Is there anyone my friends that like has it maxed out? Uh-oh. 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 Okay, well, this is the closest we can get, so let's just do that.
차원 파동 장갑 충전 완료.
We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I confirm that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Mongdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Mongdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Ongdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I'm aware. You have told me as much since long ago. Never you were placed in a position to trace the past. Mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs. Each time you brought down the soul before her house by your own hairy hand. Those were exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Oh, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. Spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. Oh, the one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet some cruel turd. It was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then. Chief, when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Oh. Is that so? Angdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp, cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same Mentorog to follow so devotedly. Where's all the dignity and forbearance Ongdu said he had? Young Ongdu? There's a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Right. Speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but... I, too, when speaking to the others of whom I serve, often ornament my words with the laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wonder whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect toward the blades of my own and the foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are, undoubtedly, the teaching that my mentor has imparted unto me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river, to arrive at such a chance. Angdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless you speak with his feigned, stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit." "Forsooth, thou too hast been murdered with the triumphs of serving your superior." So that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. Oh, are those almost the same gauntlets? "We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated." Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh, crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this. Whatever excuse we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel. And all of a sudden... a sudden flash blinded my vision white. As though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light. So intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop and... with my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was as there was a soft murmur. Until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart. Wouldn't you say, Hongdu? No X-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times. This alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. This place. Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude. That's a tongue twister for me. This is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, even the air we breathe, all of them point towards a single phenomenon. This is the depth of fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago, executive manager. This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. What the hell? Wires are pointed. The people in smart, neat suits have vanished. And in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right. Let's finish this first and talk later. Ready, Yongdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And, wait, where's the babe who had it, dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chinokans of Escort twice. Come on, man. Not a is that just an excuse? He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to. This definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right. Let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle.
클과 신, 어인여 짜증나는 시선이 늘었군. 앞으로 한 번만 더 기분 나쁜 눈빛으로 내 검을 힐끔힐끔 쳐다보면
Okay.
그땐 예외 없이 모분다.
I think this is about the same kid, right? Yeah, I think. Still level 75? Okay. And you're level 60, okay. And you have just about the same kid, I'm pretty sure. Like, I don't think there's anything, like, too crazy. And yes, it looks no different than the prostheses you might find in other nests or backstreets, but apparently, this particular prosthetic limb has been created using technology unique to Limbus Company. I wonder what that could be. Since the development of the prototype was led by the LCD department, I would assume it has something to do with the power of distortions. But that's not to say I have any certainty regarding the matter. I was only in charge of transporting it, you see. It's just a simple speculation, really. In any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body enhancement. Huh. Okay. And what about you all? You deal, lead and poise just like the, Honglu one? And mostly slash. Yeah. One has fully memory. So I gain one. And one bind. Gain clash power up. For every bind on target. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics created by using Q-Corp Singularity are fashioned into many forms. Such as blindfolds and headbands are commonly used throughout the East. It is not usual to see pictures of employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. These fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. Okay. Okay. We can go on as per usual then. I might want to be a little careful with that though. And then yeah, that's resonance. Okay. And then here's Odin to do her thing.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어갔군.
Okay, then you have the swordplay buff. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Uh-oh. Rizzo? Fine, it looks like we have a good amount of, Looks like we have a good amount of points right now. Oh, that's cool. Okay, but we can't trigger the thing yet. I would just do that. Huh. I really gotta get this like SPU up though. I should remember to do the Ricalgia next. Uh-oh. It's fine.
사람을 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시길.
I mean, we can still do this. It's fine. Okay, now we can do the rhetorical. How many enemies are there? Okay, there's quite a bit, so we're not going to lose out to this. What is this chart at now? Okay. Let's not do that then. Hey, nice, nice. Do your thing, boss.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
I know fasting isn't an up type 4, but it's still very good. If only it would be a Brioshu here to do Thoricalgia. But in fairness, in my original team comp, I do have her in like the reserve. I probably shouldn't. Just have Heathcliff there for like whatever reason. But I know that like does not really feel that good for me.
敵は深手を負っています。
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시길.
망설임이 없도록.
I wonder what we even get for the rerun of this. God damn it, don't do that! I want to lose the clash. We'll just do this, I guess.
죄를 새겨주겠어. 혈이 난자오.
I don't know how she got access to crit, but alright. You do you.
아픔이다 난. 슬슬
what was the best?
빨리 끝내버리는 게 좋겠어.
Oh, right, okay. It's a heat. Gotcha, gotcha.
떨굴 수밖에.
떨굴 수밖에.
방금의 공격
It's a bit overkill, Ishmael, but okay.
그 자체였다.
구, 원, 올.
That should be all of them. Surveying the area with measured alert, Angdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. Huh. They're not changing back. Doesn't look like they're beating up the distorted ones. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events, in a way. Let us search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Angdu. I'll start here. As Angdu moved as though they were used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching the space. Prithee! Don Kato was the first to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, it looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably? They don't usually get this big, but this one here is kind of covering almost an entire street. And those people. They entered the space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets the people caught up and what happens to them once they're in? Of course, you can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here, too. The call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around. All of them clad in Stop. All of them clad in Dappa robes. Fuck's sake. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. 2. Bespeaks proposal and pursuit. It marks them as Shunokans, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their stations in S-Corp after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S-Corp's coffers are seized and forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed. I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of the nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise... Nobi. The wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power. A vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering. Nothing more. So-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo would summon the hunter? Or does the hunter first seize his prey, thereafter frame the captor with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that cursed practice. Then could those people have been sent out to capture your mentor, Yi-san? Or me, perhaps. Or none of us. You mean to say that they may be conceptual forms of Chinokins generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head was starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why S-Corp and its Chinokins have appeared as the motive of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all things nearby with memories most foul? The presence of Chinokins suggests a possible correspondence to Yuslan's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In that case, the most possible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo Hada Kim or Angdu's memories. Angdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affected her surroundings. This one? I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess what this distortion wants either. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only the team leader was here. Hacking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. So this is why I kept asking whether we could see anything bursting with Pop. The young group employees must have had it rough too, getting dragged into distortion like this. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? For self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay. First, we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest darkroom and... actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing cult back here and get him talking about the Chichinokins. That's probably our best bet. Oh, every time we take a job, that slagger just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? What? Boss Clock found something. Yep, I found where Bamboo Hada Kim is right now. Just just like eating like chips or something.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
Oh, it's not enough to do another tenfold. We are not at cap yet. My God, do I really want it? Okay. Now we can do the thing. Let's do it. Is there anyone in my Ishmael friends list that would like to bestow? Please? I can take the level 57 one again. Okay, let's just make this faster. Okay, well, that's level 45, which we can't have. There we go. There it is. Okay, now.
이번 의뢰는
출장이군요.
피가 범람할 시간이 망설임 없이. 화점에도
자유로운
잠시 이것만 삼키고.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. Yes, yes,
어머,
so be it.
부탁드려요.
Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell! What's up with these kids? They're showing up out of nowhere! I'm sure I know, but judging by their get-up, they seem like us poor fellows. Things were going so well. Could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know. But no, you just had to go barking at them first. Could have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault! Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. That's our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud. Not everyone's stitching to swipe hair coupons in their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Excuse me. What? You got a problem too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your true performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. I'd have mistaken this place for the peach of the legends that had there been a cup of fine macchioli to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He has a name tag, though. I think it says, LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Behind you, there's... Ah! It took all those dope-wearing people with just a single strike. I'll say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus. Wouldn't you? Well then, I'll leave the rest of you folks. Barnum Blades and Murim Tales never linger on the stage for long after all. Where the hell do you think you're going? Damn it. Oh, he's just fucking right off? Okay.
敵に変化が見られます
Monolith? Okay. I guess. Certain units of X transform. Oh. Okay, I see. Maybe that's enough? Yeah, maybe we can do this instead. There we go. Ishmael? Ishmael? Okay.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어갔다.
I feel like I know what the game plan is here, so... This. Who are you targeting? Oh, you're targeting Ken, okay. Do that then.
대신 수에선 벗어났나?
Thing is, when they lose their stacks, are they going to transform into the Anchor guys? I really want to see whether that's the case or not.
간다.
여긴 맡겨주세요. 잘했다. 마무리까지 끝나면 너희 안가품 장부에
Max stack is 4, right?
한정판 고양이
Yeah,
스티커를
it is, but
붙여주지.
it's fine. We can cash out. I have no problem with that.
사격 개시. 한 점만 노린다.
Nice! It hit, okay.
깔끔한 헤드샷.
그래.
머리통에
딱
적절났다.
반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 체격이지.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
Okay.
꿈의 공기. 혹신 그 자체였다.
Okay.
무분조토.
So it is the case, okay.
역시
That's cool,
모가지를
that's cool.
분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들은.
These feel identical of the identical ranks of the skill photograph, clash power -5. Oh, that's interesting. In person and enemy, race stack is special by pinning nail stack. Turn burst, gain bleed count equals sec. Oh, it's like night owls. Okay. Wait, that didn't flash? I guess I'm just dumb.
공로 지원한다. 어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Nice.
어때? 사람을 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
I hope for my sake that you win that clash. Oh shit. Yeah, that's a lot. That's actually a lot of Jesus Christ. But it's not enough to get the it's not enough to trigger Claim Your Bones, but yeah, we can't. We really need to, like, that, though. I mean, I know she'll win that one. She'll run out of paralyze.
うわ汚な
Okay, but you had to win the clash, didn't you?
ダンテさんの作戦
If only I had the fucking ego, man. Okay, nice.
아픔이다 난. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
Never expire? Okay, yeah, it does. What even oh, it's this. Okay. Oh yeah, you're dead though, buddy.
슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
구, 원, 올.
So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yeah. Well, he just turned up out of nowhere. Left his gums, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra Leto... He's expending so much effort just to not work. That's impressive. Ezra let out a long listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced. Yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left this post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but... would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? Not like we'd stop him. What do we do, tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out with it without telling anyone, and when he came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... I wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? The reason he failed to participate in the operation was... simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses made us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood precisely in such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automaticans who had locked down the elevator that leads into the LCD department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there. But the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Upscale? Upscale? Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCE chief dude way faster. And that helped the LCE to actually deploy. They would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So, yeah. He did end up staying in the bed like a good patient. In a lot of pain. And the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope. He's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though... Never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying it's done. My point is, what happens one day if... Well, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Blake's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, isn't it? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw Blake for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at his chin. He kept talking as though he were staring at an obvious fact. Our eyes brief enough. He's not one of us, so Plucker couldn't have reached him from that far and seemed to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get to battle, innit? And... maybe Black says I'm stupidly sharp-headed and piece things together. Could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, you could hear that kind of shite too. I can hear them gears turning, or I think I can hear them rats scurrying about. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there's this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning. Walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. That does like someone who lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear. Only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, impulse could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people will call a good idea. Had a soul cross, so we weren't stopping after it. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was held up. They were crowding around the gaffer. Running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when he came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. I don't know who's calling me, but I'm not going to answer that. No, not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody. Every last bastard. Plus new would play out that way. Yeah, but this really sounds like Barstool bragging to me. You sure it wasn't just a coincidence? I just think it was no mere chance. If we were saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, Allah ended up growing bigger. We never kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense or an experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is stored and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at a coherent conclusion that expresses even Yo! Chill. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is it a compliment or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes. When all is past, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of this intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait! Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. The red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. Right then. Don't turn on the light. I heard Miso's clipped warning. His voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Rousseau? Where are you? There he is. That corner. Is he watching something? I'm developing the film world, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was fine all along. Huh. I didn't think you know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I'm carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first, and now a dark room. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be reasonable to suppose that the acts of this distortion rests upon a photographer. I heard there was a photographer distortion in the Distortion Detective. I have not read it, so I need to do it at some point because I'm still going through Leviathan. The film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where'd you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the location with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in the Corpse District. Buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Rousseau chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Encorn. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize the photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned, are the people entrusted with that job? Yes. They photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher? How could a person of such decency and lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe. But how do we know if they're a decent person? As replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film worlds. In Encorp, you have to go to a darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place? Pretty far from that photo studio. Huh. Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy-like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls out to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune some places in the city, right? Who would the right one would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. It probably isn't even a legitimate darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone didn't want to be seen printing photos. People don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Rousseau came to my side quietly, giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instructions to develop this from... what is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle. There was no need for concern. I'm capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? Oh wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Ankor's pitframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on those events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sitter Heathcliff, Sitter Hoglu, and Sitter Gregor have battled Angkor pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Marcel was getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position. Marcel, you should have warned us way earlier. Understood, manager. I'll follow that instruction going forward. Oh, brother.
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐? 저놈들 무기까지 주어서 철수하자고.
Hey, not bad. Oh, dude. Dude, what's in our rewards right now? What can we grab? Nothing too big, really. Skibbity dop dop. So dumb, right? Oh man. Regardless of what, welcome to the stream. Literally just right as I was about to go to the door for a moment to like see if my food's here. So yeah. 1 second chat, it's not gonna be too long. leave it if my drink's not here. I'm here. Active battle. Something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of S-Corp's backstreets distorted with a flash, Ungdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air. Photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a kumjul at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Tsar. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp. These alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach. Rousseau stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it, the instant he brought them to me. I heard another pop. Again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? He's switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. Feels like getting caught in a flashback detonation. My whole body tenses up and they go slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Basil, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned to his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with clean, controlled motions. The processing finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There was no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. People in the photographs all look different from one another. Try to pick one similarity between them, though. They all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, this is city, alright. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These are like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs that used to make canned experiences? What was that? Scene around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she also felt a strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it's just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Rousseau must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment. Because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said documentary take these photos to put into canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by the Grand Magazine Sisyphe. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyphe... What? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magazine Sisyphe. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed-based content of the canned experience known as experience matter. It's applied to reprocessing factories where documenters fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. A confined to an experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why documenters take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulsive violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experience is increasing day by day. That's why the photos are merely overall fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can easily be counted in reality is in low demand. And why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. May have they been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. Staggering amount of money, just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made the investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. The executive manager. I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. Everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Ung-Do would have seen and remembered. These photos, though? They're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here. Strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Woo! Good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Ung-Do, could you give me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with the 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell us where we're fine? I think I'd over to find those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC. I think she says, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryocho. Roach is with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Roger, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? Kind. Just one of everything. Neat. You got best brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna... Just throw them on the tea. They're packaged. Brioche, you can't treat food like that, okay? I mean, bakers have feelings too, you know? I didn't think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash. The scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyway, Sante, can you give me a second if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? Took a close look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph myself had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? How far are we? I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave her a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17 right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches and share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately though. And those coworkers, I assumed they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, I would have showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I guess it's a cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few increase that cannery should bring us the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but since that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photo that weren't affected by the distortion, right? That should be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that! Baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something out from her apron pocket. A thin and round, hand-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I'd let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw the docugraph at the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then. So I asked him to give me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but so I could at least experience what it's like, and gosh, it was everything I'd hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was this distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Berceau, are these kind of experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance. They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may begin venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may. However... Imagine can! Allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike dream as experienced by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience. Meaning, the uses of experience in our previous statement must also be amended. Memory is altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. It's just a brain dance. how doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by the canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that use of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. Possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is in reality possible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with the devouring forged dreams stored in used cans? Still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. But the sweeter and more splendidly your dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped. It will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. And what cause for surrender? Instead of inciting one to march forth, barely did that not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouses not the spirit to growl toward it. Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much should we be buying? Buy what? Came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely. Wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after finding out my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her piece was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around. The passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Why are you keeping all that then? You even gotta ask? Of course I got some already. And the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share later. So I already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate the operation, the lack of prior to budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice! Sesame rice bone for me, please. when the broke dude asked you to like buy wigs, it was Kim. He really did have an act of making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been this whole time? Wait. He crossed the Bael language. Give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for him to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Alright. I'm ready. Frickin' waste of bread! As his angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumbled sack of potatoes as he rolled them. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from me. Manager. Marcel approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and slightly coiled. I completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film that canopy we were shaking. I just unrolled it? Hold it up against the sun. Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, could see it. Huh, pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Huh? Is this the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Huh. You're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? They're all squinting up at the tiny frames of the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned at school. You draw a picture of the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book, in the same exact spot in every page. Start with the arms down, Then you make one small change on each page. Lift the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. When you flip the pages fast enough, drawings stop looking like separate images. Still figure starts moving. That class is called Introduction of Motion Pictures. I remember that she's saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that this is... It's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage. A violation of N-Corp's taboo. Uh-oh. Yeah, speaking of taboo. Alright, let's start gambling for that specific ID again. There it is. Thank God.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도.
Oh, crap. As soon as I registered Bristow's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. I'm able to get a race, rapidly traveling back our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote smashed the window with Cape Corp, caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Begilius with us then. It ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day, since I could have arrived the sinners, but... Some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying. We'll be fine. Of course, I'd like to kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? Why don't corp dudes get here to pick it up? Just comply with their commands. Thank them for their service and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be okay. Where's the possibility that everything will not be okay? Huh? Because I've developed the contents of the film that... Because I've developed the contents of that film world in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But... Team leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage image quality of friendly is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sticking their fixtures on our butts right away. And that could buy us enough time or companies have leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's gonna be fun as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You typically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then, let us analyze this roll film and see how vivid it really is. So, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. That this film will be considered a violation of the taboo. Let us pick up the film from the ground and showed it to Merceau. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Merceau to finish, Otis unrolled the film and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled the experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. The experiment to see how close they get to violating a taboo. and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. Sinners all gather around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here. The flower pot moves between frames. Doesn't it? The documentary couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. Fucking hell. What is with me today? I don't see any difference. See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy soul. Perhaps he had observed closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Ooh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo had a Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow crest on the windowsill. Or on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure. But I can't imagine a backseat roller would have any way to mess up with the sun's trajectory. And the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film will deliberately made his subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film rule does not violate the Nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a Wing's taboo. Whew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test Ancorp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped there. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh. But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in the Nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance of better life, so maybe he's just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? Something that you'd be doing more than the rest of your life in a 9-to-5 hell. You drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of dying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo had a kin because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, that started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thoroughly close to one. One thrilling shot with this camera, and another with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? I'd have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of the backstreet to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projected? Right on. Made those folks violators of the taboo. Oh. Why would anyone... So would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around the opposite street, and apparently, some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Pretty guess that he got his hands on his projector somehow. Alas, it's not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos. Artel, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projective in it. Actually, blokes are down for anything as long as there's coin. Huh. So, how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as a pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They're all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tell people who look like they're involved with what they're looking for to lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed. At architecture conventions, there would be those formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Uh-huh. Was it common for those plaid shirt fellows to look around like they're scanning their area? They also go around checking people against photographs. Our collect evidence. Please advise for. They also radio to each other? Glaring at people like they're glaring at. Huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Alright.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막혀.
They also do the thing,
우리
right?
중지가
No, it's just
검지처럼
that. Okay.
완벽한 것. 검지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
망설임이 없도록.
Maybe that's good enough. Oh my god. Ishmael! 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 Kidding. Bristow's got it though.
어머죠.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
向こうにも事情があるのでしょう。ですが、私たちは止まれません。
혼수는 금기다.
It should be fine.
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시길.
I'll have to be doing this though to make sure that we won't screw it over.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
God damn it!
한 점만 노린다.
Oh. Okay. Still staggers though.
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
Okay.
敵に変化が見られます。
Alright. can do that.
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
We are kind of poo-poo stacking right now here.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Ow! I am really getting unlucky with these rolls.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 지금이군요. 덕사의 요원이 優れた式ですね.
I think almost all of them are staggered though, so that's good.
내가 담배를 다 태우기 전까지 일어나지 않으면 죽었다고 생각하고 모분해주지.
숨 참고 있을 때 말 걸지 마라.
Oh, okay.
숨 참고 있을 때 말 걸지 마라.
Let's do this.
무대배들
그냥 5배!
Oh right, hung loose.
배워냈어요.
Whoops. It's fine, it's fine.
効果的でした.
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
Yeah, that should be ideal. It's the most ideal of like clashes and arrows I have ever seen. Come on. Like you can win that.
귀화요격 함수 정리로와
좋아. 이번엔
이와 요격.
제대로 들어가.
그냥 떨굴 수밖에.
그래. 딱 반쯤 죽여버려.
Nice.
이 향에 맞추려고.
Alright, have fun, buddy.
무사법을 이제는 좀 이해.
깔끔한 헤드샷. 머리통에 작살났다고.
배워냈어요.
모분조토.
망설임이
역시
없도록.
모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
Oh yeah, you're just gonna kill him before.
고언올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
승보수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히 우리에게 있었다. 정착지를 찾을 때까지 이 기세를
Okay, so this is the halfway point. Okay, so yeah, it's like 4 more nodes. Not bad. Don't get me wrong, chat. I'm not complaining about more content. I just Okay, let's try something different.
화점에 두지.
I mean, first off, I want
피가
실장이
망설.
자유로워질소.
지위를 받는 거
아, 이번 의뢰는 몇
because I want to have Thoracalgia
겠죠?
for Yoshu. Oh wait, I did have it equipped for Yoshu, right?
네, 뭐
I think so.
내려라
Yeah.
모자리들. 이라는 뜻이다.
Yeah, that is the same resources.
표정으로
What is
쳐다보는
that?
거지.
Okay.
설마 내가 그 로싱이나 이희돈 홍처럼 온순해졌을 거라 기대했나?
물의 배들.
On. Come on! No! It's fine. Oh, that's not fine though. That's paralyzed. No one is hitting heads on this team.
이 순간이 다 되었네.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히는 거야. 우리 중기가 엄지처럼 엄격한 검지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
I mean, we just can't have you deal big damage this turn, so it's whatever.
그려낸 대로.
We could do it like that. Like yeah, that paralyzed debuff is so maddening.
요격. 함수. 점수가 이어졌다면
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하라. 지금이군요.
이 순간이 다
優れた式ですね。
되어내리라. 이제 싱수에선 벗어났나?
Now Ryochu has everything ready, but it's a little risky, but we can still try.
망설임이 없도록.
무라 떨굴 수밖에. 뒤와 요격. 그냥 무라 떨굴 수밖에. 다 법을 이제야 좀
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
Nice.
원망도 묻힌 소용이 없었지. 그저 무언가를 찾으려 애썼을 뿐.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어갔군.
敵は深手を負っています。
Okay, now we're ready for business.
그려낸 대로. 이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
혈이
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Talk about.
재혼했어요.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
Yeah, everyone has a shit ton of poise now. That's good.
발광. 차단.
We should benefit enough from sword play here, so
변수가 이어졌다니. 귀와 요격.
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的です。
you're just not destined to live that.
흉터의 결과요.
敵は深手を負っています。
She gains charge, but does she spend it? It looks like she just gains it. That's kinda nuts.
벤다는 사월을 건다.
낫도 반듯이 숨을 다 들어 베어내.
방금의 공격. 혹시
확실하게 달라지는 감각이었네.
Not bad, not bad.
올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나? 돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
Leader stage? Uh-oh? Wait, are we close enough to, No, we're not close enough to gain the Honglu ID. Shame. Now let's start gambling again. There we go. We do have upgraded. I'll take one up.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도.
Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Well, these are not much of a fighter one-on-one. Liberty Clue is not a combat specialized department. Well, they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances. They are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They keep taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's our primary job description? What do they step away for then? We've been behind our backs like a load of crepes. Taking photos to include in the report for their higher ups, I wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed the lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. We're so soon to put step away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they try to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Rousseau? I was struck by this brief sense, the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness. I was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you order should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. None appeared to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. The reply was simply that. An answer. Nothing more. Yes. I prepared an answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so. With a curt, sure if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words linking at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out. So I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. A bet. It's both. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point out to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If it requires such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. I'm sorry I cannot fulfill this request. The provided text contained opinions and... Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, I found myself a small peek into Rousseau's psyche. It would be entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together. I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you were previously instructed, I've informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock! You're just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull came to of battle came to a close. And battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Perso predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell. The blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. What the hell is that? How does N-Corp have so many guys on the payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. Well, I'm quite certain they're the ones with the subsequent reports. The N-Corp officers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. Why are they thinking something far like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experiences containing massive melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wasn't there an extra report that one of them's all of a sudden? With a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whir of some kind of machinery. Is that the projector in the middle? And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered in a strange shape that looked similar to what we saw on the Chinookins' faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object fixed to it began to rotate slowly. Dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The motor began to emit a faint ray of light. Otis thundered in a commanding voice. I quickly turned away as well, making sure to not even catch a glimpse of it. The device could be playing recorded video, executive manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that. I'm so finished. They can't, like, memory wipe? It's just a done deal? Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice raced through the darkness past my metaphorically speaking shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open and undo. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Did you know that anyone who watches even a split second of recorded video in N-Corp gets... Of course I know. But I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, see fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on. That's right. That video is not recorded. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused, as incidental explosion occurred by subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. That thing... talking to us. I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. The Genshin way! So you tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even care about the real thing. Case number TC-3224. You're under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Bring yourself now and forward your legal recordings. If you comply, we will... Let us foolery, but witness foolery in the absence of fools. The hallowed vessel, wrapped of all with lingering delusions, grants not even a rule of echo to the dogged execration of tools. Alright. Hit him with it? What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo Head Kim raises his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After we went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming things, yeah. It's repeating the same sentence over and over. Now that does make me wonder. Was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question. with the Hugh folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the Ancorp employee's attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, I don't suppose there's any point in asking. I'm no different from this abomination. Just as I wield that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I've really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, leading through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes. I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I? When that distorted being has no qualms showing me that... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one heart is? It's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say! Turning a customer to a thug on a protection racket run. Mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring death followers before the eyes of their mentor. Simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest. Courtesy of you. In that split second, I think I saw Rousseau's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. This is a natural response to sensing an imminent battle. A blinding flash, followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came to view was a particular unsettling landscape of Esport, followed by a bamboo-hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chunokin. Mentor! Keep that in your shall be deaf, Hongdu. Isn't it about time we grew accustomed to such sights? Enter. Still do I wake with these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far. Unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what was happening, but first things first. We have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and that was this mechanism. Faust? Words began to shift rapidly before I had a chance to ask Faust what she had meant. The one who finds comfort settling in lies. I give you what most deserved your gaze. Oh, look, I'll be blind before tonight is over at this rate. Changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the sources is different from the others. As Miso identified, there was something different about the group of Chinokans this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor. The great Hondo of the Sol Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. Well, it looks like he's having fun. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard, and knocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one who grabbed me. Military Commissioner Im Gyungyo. How do you fare, friend? At the signal arrows loosing. Seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Shinoka began to sword us. What the hell is this gonna be? So it's definitely gonna stop forever, but is this one gonna stay? Oh. Like achieve a turn and transfer to a different location. Return to the field. Gonna lose quickly the home cell stack. The battle from the homeland gear. Hunt game stack. Okay. Okay. Root from battlefield with the homeland after 3 turns. These apparently have single point skills. It gains advantage in higher swordplay of the homeland south stack. Mounts of Ascorp and District 19 are home to all manners of beasts. Among them, the bear in particular boasts strength and force akin to the boulders falling from the cliff in the landslide. Giving ground to the creature's charge is ill-advised. One must aim to hew it down with the first slash of the blade. On skill use, I made our max slash convert all coins as unit used to unbreakable coins. Skill based power and coin power shift based on stack. Okay, 5 has no effect. When gaining this effect, gain shield equal to 10% of this hero's HP for everyone. Every stack. You will stack when taking shield damage equal to 10. Okay. 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 So I'm guessing if you gain stacks, he uses negative thing, like his negative tool set, and then losing more uses plus point like skills. Okay. Ending counter. Eastern Warsaw armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. Escorp's Dujong Brigandines is one example of such armor. Much like Orcor's powered armor suiting the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Dujong Brigandine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive combat capabilities, yet those advantages do not mean that armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls that comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Dujong Brigandine's extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. Okay. Sword of the Homeland. Escorp's traditional art swordsmanship is also divided into 3 branches: Sal, Pi, and Bael. Within their teachings is techniques to hew and plead for creatures of colossal stature Sangans. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a great hondo capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. Okay. Less than 5 stack being fragile. Okay. There are those who persevere in training for the lack of talent. Then there are those with lesser talent only to let it rust. All men say that the pilot of the Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to beat the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my powers. Okay. I don't think I can do that. Is anyone else clashing? Wait, is Kim here? No, Kim's not here. This fucking guy. It's just never there. Okay. Assist defense and another assist defense. Okay. I mean, I'll still do it. Wait, what's the skill? Unclassable assist students prioritize sinners. Oh, okay. First skill, rifle point. Use swordplay of the homeland. I mean, I guess I should be trying to keep it as neutral as I can, right? Assist units. Okay, so I'm assuming that's going to be
이 주변은
I'm
귀하의
doing
용기가
that.
될 수 있으니 물러나시길.
okay, I think we'll do that, and then that should be good enough.
즐겁겠군. 이 상대는 나야. 속 펀치.
Okay, that's no problem. God damn it. Nice.
タンタさんの作戦とても効果的で
이
した。
순간이 다 베어내리라.
Somehow lose against a paralyzed opponent. Nice.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, we want them to gain stacks. Okay, okay. A little scary. We're missing only slot.
즐기고 계신가요?
Yeah, it should be fun. You can probably do this, right? feel like I'm fucking it up, like, to say the least. I will do this. This is really scary. I feel like I fucked it up. Nice. That's very good.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
But yeah, you're just dead. No? Surprising.
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지 않을 거라 생각했다. 오산이라 말해주고 싶다.
Are you gonna die next turn? We'll see in a sec. Gonna be next turn, yeah. What the hell's gonna happen, I wonder? Although I guess it would probably be better for this thing to... Oh, it just tells me. That's... Okay. I thought I had to do some sort of balancing act, but no, this game just spells it out for me. Okay. Whatever.
발광, 차단. 귀와 요격, 함수, 정리화.
방금의 혹신 그 자체였다.
Nice. Dude, that is insane.
살을 빼어내고
낫도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 배우네.
좋아.
And she killed that one ad, actually. Bad.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크고. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
I think that should be enough to trigger yield my flesh. Let's suit the Recalcio.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Sir? You couldn't even win your clash? That's embarrassing.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것. 무파법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
効果的な攻撃でした。
원망도 묻힌도 소용이 없었으니 그저 무언가를 잡으려 애썼을 뿐. 오, 제 행위. 그렇다면 검수망 모드! 산다. 지루하군. 하지만 이런 시시한 전투에도 긴장감을 불어넣어줄 비장의 예술이 하나 있지. 박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
What the hell was that sound? Was that from Ryoshu? Don't kill it too hard. You still need the Recalcio to work. Crazy.
떨굴 수밖에. 비와 요격. 단수가 이어졌다. 떨굴 수밖에.
このまま行けば
이
敵を食い
순간이
止められます。
베어내리라.
Now we're gonna have the Recalcio frog.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하는 것. 저는 지금이군요.敵は深手を負っています。
Okay, there we go.
네, 뭐.
내려라 모자리들 이라는 뜻이다. 응? 왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마 내가 그
Okay, yeah.
열싱이나 이 기돈 홍차
Not a bad gimmick, honestly. This is pretty fun.
무레베데.
Holy, look at her voice. That is genuinely insane.
뒤와 요격. 전형 상수. 상승.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
You get a much higher. God, this music is so good, by the way. I think we're better off just doing skill 2 right now.
발광. 차단. 뒤와 요격. 함수. 정리화.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Oh, we're like doing the damn thing. Let's go.
숨막히게
boy.
견뎌왔고
Shit unlock.
절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막힙니다. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격한 것, 검지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
Okay, you can lose that clash. That's fine.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
So fuck it up. Will we even get to see Urso's yield my flashes like at this rate?
이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 몰아치는 것을 저장 원망.
무게감도 없고 멋도 없는 그 주먹.
Yes.
육참. 골단.
Nice.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
Yeah, what was that, Daredevil?
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신. 최선. 이런 푹신한 날에 안 풀리는 일이 없지.
Okay, surely you can win that clash, right? Hey, you got no problem winning that clash.
뺀다면 사활을 받아.
Nice.
육참. 골단.
그래. 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 이 향에 맞추게.
And that move isn't too crazy versus to Versos, but fine.
모, 분, 조, 토. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는 거야. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
Focus down.
망설임이 없도록.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
That's staggered.
원망.
And I forget how crazy this idea is.
흐드러지게.
아픔이다 나는. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
That should be good enough.
소름이 없도록.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 원망도 얕아지나.
It's a perfect amount actually.
모분조도. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는 거. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들은.
Fuck him up. Oh. I shall set my form aright. Uh-oh. Just a little bored. I think we might be able to smash that dank thing to smithereens, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. Make our lives a whole lot easier if we get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe. Not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Ungdu were here to help us out. But... sure. Haven't they had enough? No time to give up, innit? Or does he go legging it again? Big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but... was he? I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We aren't exactly flush with options, are we? I'll raise this blog and it ain't like we can solve mid-fight strategize. The battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp. Simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either projector or Im-Gyeong. Or Im-Gyeong. Or Im-Gyeong-Yeong. Jeez. Why'd that take so long? Who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides... Fine. Undo. Go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties are in an area so close the Nasser had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust? Otis? Help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate the situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sitters with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with this endless reinforcement N-Corp is sending after us. Second, will defeating Im Gyeong-Yeok or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is not likely that our present foe will be sufficient to overcome the current. It is not likely though that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are traveling to a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there was little hope of prevailing this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to be too. But maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how could I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, it says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently some kind of a code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp with the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Onheimer provided us the necessary keywords for this distortion back then, but this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, some of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Islam put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experience seeing its every trail. Must have odd in relation to what causes distortion. Experience, the concept alone lacks substance. Must be something more grounded. Something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line to Ancorp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Experience? Most likely. Thinks fast. Alright, that photograph can't experience. Now it seems to transpire as of yet. Didn't, but I could feel it. These are the kind of photographs they used to make can't experiences. That's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But there's clearly not enough force to open the dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Just... everyone, just start saying bullshit. Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused me to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of modalities come to possess far more interesting qualities. Sometimes even revealing secrets of them invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, to wit. He has been poking around this area uptown with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow. So conspicuously that every store owner I'd likely brought in for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added to another facet of the long saga of a once-driven man. A man with a no-can-do attitude and uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence. He became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making a rent, and a scrap heap of an apartment. Pursuit of his ideality. Man has lost grip on a fortune and reality. I saw it in his apartment and in front of me scraps of his writing. When cold rain drops through the roof, when molten tepid humidity approaches from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face cut beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. It would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed into fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboo Had a Kin. Photograph, and experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Sutter, this is what I had seen then. The gateway to one's fathoms. This is it, huh? Eat stuff! But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from her discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. So I managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the Dungeon of the Fathoms, but Hong Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding out the Anchor of employees. They're gonna follow us right there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who are chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... yeah. Let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo Had a Kin stepped up. My sword is not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have a little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... what the fuck? Huh? What a terrible front. Okay. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Swordswinger? Not some kid trying to get out of his You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the Fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms that the sorceress is gazing into. And what lies must be my very own. For that is what the abomination is gazing into. This is I then. You'll come with us. Why are you about to walk blind? The place you know shy about, mate. God is in there, eh? Oh, that's... Keep it simple. You tried that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end, turning the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Arajiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Finish the homework, save the GPA. Stop. 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 Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Oh, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand. Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This is basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I want to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well. Guess I'll just have to trust our two closer team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but I have no choice in the matter as long as the employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Metro, you will the entrance is floating. You'll tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Ungdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you needed one? A mere jest. You needn't worry.
구, 언, 올.
Thank you, Ryoshu.
슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
That like never stops being funny. But now we can get Honglu.
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
Oh boy. Now we can grab him and add him into our escort. Although, it should let me add support, yeah? Yeah, well, okay. Good, good. Let's add that then. New keyword. Okay. Let's add it then. And this one won't benefit. Or, yeah. Apply to units without ammo, so what can we do? Oh, I don't think that one's gonna benefit us. What about this? Oh, that's blunt damage. Was it this one that dealt slash or no? No. No, that's rupture. No. That can't be it either. I think we can do Heisho. That wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, let's just make Heisho here. And then we'll add you, friend.
이리 나오시죠. 노비면 노비답게, 죄인이면 죄인답게. 이 오랏줄에 묶이시길.
Also, for myself and the kid, it doesn't look that bad. Just up ahead, young man. When you find ourselves past the border of Keeper back streets. What happened to everyone else? All snared by the Chinokans, those vile wretches. Sir, behind you. Look behind you. Gotcha. It is well into the late hours of the night. Only a few minutes after the night of the backstreets has passed. The child, hot on the heels of the two residents who had chosen to use that precarious hour as cover to flee escort, threw a heavy lasso at one of them. The lasso was made of ropes called aura, scarlet bonds. The fugitive fell to the ground helplessly, but was soon dragged before the child. No! Forget about me and flee. Go! The fugitive shouted in a desperate attempt to at least get the boy out of there, but the child was a Chinokan, and Chinokans never hunt alone. Unlike the royal censors who act under royal decree, Chinokans are fixers, each serving their own interests. And when the hunt begins, they form packs of those among their ranks who stand to gain from the scene pursuit. Can I trust you to handle the kid? Of course. I thought we had lost you in the maze of alleys. I commend your tenacity for what it's worth. Oh, sorry. I thought we had lost you in the maze of alleys. I commend your tenacity for what it's worth. I hate to break it to you, but these parts are a common escape route for you fugitives. So thanks to you, I can navigate this entire network of alleys with my eyes closed. You're proud of that? Proud? No, it's not. It's got nothing to do with pride, but you know, happy Pride Month and all. I've just been here enough times that I know it like the back of my hand. Those seeking their way out of Escort didn't have that many options, which made their routes rather predictable. They would often make for the borders between districts, where their hunters know they are likely to turn up. In the cover of dark alleyways, the narrow spaces between collapsed walls, and within abandoned homes, where those with nowhere else to hide go find what little refuge they are afforded. There was no mistaking it. Fugitives fleeing their homeland already knew that these were the places that Shinokan would keen to look. But it wasn't like they had any alternatives. There weren't any other places to go, anyway. Already giving up any hope of seeing Escorp change for the better. I've given up. I no longer care about its current state of affairs. All we want is to put this place behind us and never look back. Yet you still pursue us with such a doggedness. Why? Because it pays to bring you in? And who knows? Maybe I'll land a big fish and climb my way up to the ladder. That's something I've been wondering for a while, actually. Why does your kind flee? You actually expect them to change. There's nothing for you in the other districts. You think your life will improve once you make it to a different wing? The wings are all the same. There's nothing you penniless, powerless people can do to better your lives. Crash and struggle from within. Be to a different wing without, but nothing will change. Why do they flee, knowing the risks to their lives? What could possibly be motivating them? The child failed to understand the drive behind their desperation to flee. He never will. Do you think we're fleeing in search of warmth and safety? In search of a home? In search of anything? Wrong. We've grown too weary to hope. Too spent to even expect even the faintest turn toward better days. We only seek to be free from this hell. Free of this awful hell that will reap us of our families, our neighbors, and eventually, our lives. Careful what you wish for, because you might find an even worse hell at the end of your journey. That may be so. A life more horrid than hell may indeed await us. But to us, who wish for nothing save liberty, The uncertainty of tomorrow is a peril we would take with willing hearts. Somewhat unhappy with the resident's cryptic reply, the child stopped chatting with the captured Nobi, and the captive too fell quiet. Eyes toward the direction where the Nobi boy had fled. After an indeterminate amount of time spent in silence, the other Chinokin returned. Instead of welcoming his return, the child responded with a quick flick of his tongue. Didn't catch? Noticed that his pair came back empty-handed, evidently having lost the boy. Where's the boy? Got stopped by some new upstart syndicate. I was to cough up a toll if I want to get past them. That can't be helped, I guess. We're running a business after all. No need to incur unnecessary expenses. As they were preparing to return the Nobis, the child noticed something that soured his mood. There was the look on the captured Nobi's face. A smile. The child frowned, puzzled by the fugitive's strange cheer. Surely he knew that his treatment would only grow harsher once he was dragged back. What could he possibly be smirking about? Curious, the child tugged on the scarlet bond tied to the fugitive and asked, "That boy got away. He's just a stranger to you, isn't he? He's not even your kin. You do know they're going to punish you once you're taken aback, right? For all that effort, all you managed was to help just one other... What? For all the effort, all you managed was to help just one other person escape. So tell me, what are you smiling for?" The child's query was met with another quiet smile. But that smile carried. This child would never understand. Okay. I will update this. Now we can raise it to level 60. Let's see this kid. It's pretty okay in lead count. It's nothing too crazy. It's mainly there just to boost slash, which I am pretty okay with. On top of, you know. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. 2, 4, 5, 6, and then she'll be the 7. Okay. Let's start it then. Do we want anything to grab here? Oh, you can just grab these. Why not? Ishmael support? Nice.
빨리 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
That's how everyone's been living. And my life. My photographs, too. So this is S-Corp. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised finding in an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. It's a place hardly fitting for human habitation, far more dilapidated than one expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands, but true? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. High as my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles. The streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I contemplated in consultation on how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the thousands of those it gazes into, Kim had said. Perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were the spotless blue, without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine. In this mirrored world, and others walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed. Now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im Gyung-yo. Are you home? Are you home, I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking this master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. Some becoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? If such an odd occurrence transpired twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd? A high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? He certainly knows her jests. He marches forth, invested in Warstrider armor, yet expects no violence. He wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha. It harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but military commissioner Young-Up, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal. It's not a compliment. You see, Commissioner? It's a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, but you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked in second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? I'm out of line, as they say. You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting. No. Not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe. But people do find friendship in such personalities if they have the taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine. You have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. Because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. Streets speak of the man they call Kim Lib. The man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet with a sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find the path of the sword another way to the nest. As the right state counselor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Directing the compliments you have toward the right state counselor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment. Just a word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Why don't you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo had a kid. Thank you. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, almighty one. I've come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners I would have laid you out in split in two. Three ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue practicing outside the line. Then return. Would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Sarkazan was not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No. It's really a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue tribesing outside the line. I could in good conscience turn down such free offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. Sure have a way of words. Way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps. Yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, can you tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game of Sukjon. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at the passerby. Hey, that's a wrong deed, good sir! I suppose it is. People of Pepeo and Sala in particular found it to be distasteful. And they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on, to a degree. They found it cathartic. Huh, curious. And is it a right deed or a deed done right? Hey you? Sal? What friend is that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that escort is also known by its other name, South Pepeo Agro-Industries. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, P, and Pepeo, each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pepeo, responsible for meat and livestock. And Pi, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toured the S-Corp, he must have felt the persecution of Pi face firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers, blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claimed the position of the chief state counselor and monopolized the rights the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone. Once a right state counselor, authorities to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state counselor. when such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please. Anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Bars? Thus, the common folk are reduced to living livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severed to flesh and bone and force them both to yield? Not heard poem when walking the streets of Escort. Oh! Oh! And the people whom thou targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes. The council find rats detestable. Much better than stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve. They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposefully threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Oh, I simply could not help but react to as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just hardly expressing my gratitude. That is all. Those whose corruption is revealed out ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them. Until now. Well, there's your intent. You are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. I don't want to get thrown in the dungeon seeming with a real vermin. I was going to do just that. Oh. So, when will you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I expected a much more stoic face. Not that I'm complaining. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. You're a funny one, huh? Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in Escort? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. And a military commissioner of the South faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the Right State Counselor, who was of the Pi faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than the military commissioner of Escort. Hungtu's eyes had gotten wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you had ties to a second ordinate official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in service of the right state counselor who was a first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I was such a powerful friend by my side and ended up in exile from Escort? Yes. You're silent over matters of such great import, so I have come to introduce you to others as a Retician one, Mentor. It made the Blade lineage our home. For Escort prevailed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let's proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. He followed without a word. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna go. Okay. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern, filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light showed through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with harsh noise of striking against sword. Of sword striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Huh. Okay, so I'm guessing this is poise. This is bleed. This is nothing, and then this is slash. And we're almost all slash, so. Just how many people are fighting up there? Must proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle underway. The sinners all looked disconcerted at the strident noise of metal against metal. It was an unmistakable sound of battle. Stood ready in troubled silence as the roar only grew louder and louder, until they came to a sudden silent stop. A pedestal made of sacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Is that vision care? Thought it was a red accessory. Behind one would hang at the bottom of the hills. Oh, it's red tassel. Okay. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8.
등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
Are those Blade Lineage? Oh, it is. Okay. So how are we feeling, sir? Oh, we go level 81? The fuck? Okay, now that's aura. Oh, that's not bad. Oh, so you look like you have death inside your eyes. You have the same look that like Hohenheim does. Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha.
발광, 차단, 귀와 요격, 함수, 정리로.
ドクターのように優れた式です。
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를 치르지 않을 거라 생각했다. 오산이라 말해주고 싶어.
Oh shit.
발광, 차단.
순순히 보라를 받으시죠. 목을 내놓으시죠.
그래, 딱 한층 죽여보자. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
아름다운 것, 그렇지 않은 것. 무파법을 유지해준 원인. 이제 싱시에서 벗어났나? 숨타기로 표현해. 제 행위.
Looks that wasn't lethal.
그렇단
It's okay.
산다.
敵は深手を負っています。
Only allies, right? Just not like anyone with this blade lineage. Yeah, okay.
물의 배들. 귀와 요격. 떨굴 수밖에.
So much damage. This is unreasonable.
좋아. 이번엔 제대로 들어가.
살을 베어내고
목을 내놓으시죠.
Oh, it's just one.
これを追っています
물의 배들.
Fuck him up. It's awesome.
원, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
Let's just keep picking the middle one.
있군.
Excuse me.
그럼
As we were slowly looking around the streets of Escort, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help.
수영 과자로 결정하지.
Okay. Got it. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, into a public appointment policy in Escort, but was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid, with a homework trip and were granted a guide. There must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort. Lost his bearings and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we could help him with the directions. What should we do? Here, let's ask. Would you have an advantage? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Come on then. We're so open they're about to begin. Stopped and turned around to where Bamboo had a Kim and Ongdu were. I'm not so well versed in the geography of this. Perhaps a mentor would know better. He says, wearing the skin of the mentor. Sir. Come on. Kim let out an audibly disconcerted sigh, then walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take out that royal celebrity fire crown. You don't want people to know you passed the exam. But why would... For a good reason. Just do as I say and you'll thank me one day. The youth stared back at him in puzzlement, before seemingly deciding that giving proper gratitude for Kim's assistance to the residents. He handed us what appeared to be a small ceramic-ware vessel. Might this be a water dropper for brush calligraphy? Though you might have no practical need for this. For I see none of you are much acquainted with the art of grinding ink against inkstone. I brought this gift to you in hopes that this dropper may form a small flow in your rivers of life. Huh. It would have made for a rather moving moment had it not been for the exaggerated scoff Kim gave. The youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtesy. Angdu later asked him what spurred his sudden outburst. But he did not give a reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips. Okay.
미호스럽고
Defense. Oh, that's meant for Ishmael. Okay. I gotcha. In that case, let's adjust.
착수
하지만 그래봤자 거라. 발광 차단. 이제 수에선 벗어났나?
웃기는 자식. 끝나고 나서 고래구이 파티를 열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
물의 배들. 귀와 요격 연습가 이어졌다.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여보자.
떨굴 수밖에.
이함에 맞추면 그게 대결이.
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠?
敵は深手を負っています
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Go! No, oh wow. One shot?
이제야 좀 이해. 그렇지 않은 것.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
흉터의 결과요.
누구나 떨굴 수밖에. 귀와 요격. 누구나 떨굴 수밖에.
ドクターのように
These are insane rolls.
낫도 반듯이 숨을 타게 베어냈군.
방금의 공격, 옥신 그 자체였다.
발골. 차단. 구, 원, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군.
Why is that almost instead of right? Sorry, rat. Was that the case for his story form as well?
그럼 오늘 림컴버 회식 메뉴는 수박을 곁들인
I catch a glimpse of a figure
원수형
staring off into the
과자로
darkness of the unlit prison. Huh. Maybe we had to keep this out of sight, but before he even fully exhales. Who goes there? Sharp cry cuts through the sagging air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? At least I put a little effort into your lies, huh? But to pretend to be prison guards the way we are was a lie too easily disproven. Stick to our heels as a woman, or with anger, came after us with their sword unsheathed. Yeah, I'm glad we picked a middle one. No, can't be. My life is experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor. I have been here before. Have you? Had I peek into my memories when I distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. And this must be... Indeed. The right state counselor's estate. Someone whom I once protected. That was worth protecting. He pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. What should I do? Take a tall step over, or you might... There were bodies splayed about the yard. I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally. Some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the counselor's... No. They killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. They're looking over remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it. I remember what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats the corpses were wearing are adorned with the same logo. Why is Bamboo had a kitten calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the Right State Councilor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp. Where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left State Councilor. With the Chief State Councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they're prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp had each had their own armies? That is similar to what is happening. Not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. But assassins there have been in the past, they swore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, but with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone into the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yards teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking just how many of them they had sent. Though the left State Councilor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt in the life of one of the triumvirate councilors of the royal court would have been. Foolish. I have failed you, Counselor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the Counselor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed. Some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the Counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them reach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, a poor excuse of a bodyguard. I failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was. The left State Councilor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too eager a person to carry on your will, Counselor. What I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, only to shackle their blackest of hearts from committing greater misdeeds. God, he has so much aura. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the Counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, Honored Bodyguard of the Right Counselor. I see that you've been hard at work. Cursed parasite. How to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here. You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Councilor who told us day and night in the service of the royal court. I know the assassins were sent by the left State Councilor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas! This unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can keep me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 mood ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Councilor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left State Councilor, who has long been in disagreement with the Right State Councilor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. What? Huh? Yet a tragedy is struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble Counselor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts are trampled upon the ground by this villain. Are they just going for like a king of kindness like Sukuna type beat? Just making shit up. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the councilor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The counselor? Wouldn't you be looking for the right state counselor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Do you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state counselor's service? That so many of us meant to their deaths, just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungyum. But you have been the rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. But this can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though Escorp is indeed a pond of turbid water, is it his fellow? It was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Counselor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In this quest for the Right State Counselor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with the Escorp's laborers. The very lifeblood that runs in the veins of the most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Counselor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Han. Cheetah so villain. Anhobe! Oh, shit. And let the aura bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of the Ungyum. With that brain have been no by sapping your strength. Even your master with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, young-up? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that's what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on, now? I don't know. The counselor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. South Bael Agro-Industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Continue this? Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board? Find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position to the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. The eyes of the royal court. You're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, it would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. Escorp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations. Like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by. It's my own principles. I did tell you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Young, come with me. There is no hope left for Escort. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage for you, but to me, It's as small as 3. I'll manage to keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There. Hold on. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go, and build your strength beyond the walls of Escort. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escort. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will. Go with the flow, will be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the current river will someday bring you back to Escort. That's all. Now I had left the rig game, my records afterward were stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually, I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When giving up had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connects and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. And those of the entire Blade lineage, one by one, began. And those in the entire Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us, like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impression a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. The name must be after. Yeah. Kim believes that if Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Huh.
희, 글과 신, 어에 이어 짜증나는 시선이 늘었고 앞으로 한 번만 더 기분 나쁜 눈빛으로 내 검을 힐끔힐끔 쳐다보면 그땐 예외 없이 모분다.
This should be fine enough. Yeah.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 귀와 요격, 함수, 정리가!
그래, 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이다.
Just do it like that.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Yeah, maybe that was not enough, actually.
살을 베어내고
순수 방금의 공격
배워냈어요.
그 자체였다.
망설임이 없도록.
떨굴 수밖에. 구, 원, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leap into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chinokins, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has covered the kingdom's properties. Sorry, who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Chinokins began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump in the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Could the Chinokins having their way made the crowd approach us as well? What should we do? Feel like let's just point them the wrong direction. This feels like a slow nudge to make sure that you won't get like mobbed. Oh, he went that way. Huh. Appreciate the assistance. Once the group of Chinokins hurried toward the direction I pointed them towards, the man crawled out of the haystack. It seemed that the Chinokins had gone. Some of the civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work, you. Hand out those vile Chinokin, take a noble thief like you away. A thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say. Wretches. So well fed while we all starve. I bet they'll bleed rice if we got them. He returned their gratitude with a polite bow, then approached us. You have my thanks. I did not expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourselves. But this is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you asked? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems the common folk I didn't call them the like-minded blade lineage. I'm only seeing the sacks of the rice where the officials have stolen, returning them to where they belong. Just as Mentor Bamboo had done once. Kim squeaked out a small, embarrassed cough. I've lingered here too long. They're already on my trail again. It's about time I saw myself off. Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a few moments as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Take these. It's not much, but it should be quite filling for those on the road like yourselves. Rats and conventions, after all, share a common quality. They're both sides to be they are both depths to be repaid, huh? That he drew into the shadows. Okay, that's cool.
미오스로군.
Oh. But I didn't get any gift. Okay, well, you know what? I should have snitched.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도 지금까지와
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Oh, that's why I was like that.
벤다. 사월을 반.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
슬슬 돌아가기 싫다면 목을 내놓으시죠.
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
We could just never lose that clash.
발광, 차단. 단수가 이어졌다니.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
Is it correct? Oh.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね
중지의 안갚음이 그저 무력 행사뿐이라고 생각합니다. 원한을 풀 수 있다면 수단을 가릴 이유는
발광, 차단. 너무나 떨굴 수밖에.
죄를 새겨주겠소.
아픔이 다 났다. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는
벼릴 수
거군요.
있는 기회겠죠?
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I'm left bereft of pass. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burden when contemplations harrow the mind, indeed. Now, all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Im Gyeong-yup there. Gyeong-yup was a woman of loyalty and principles, even as a military commissioner. She never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken, in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escort. But it was plain to say that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grow. Is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflecting upon memories. Does Im Gyeong-yup appear as that monster too, Mentor? No. Gyeong-yup wasn't like that. Gyeong-yup. I still believe that Salpapeo and Agro Industries deserve to die. True? The destruction is not the point. The point is that I want to be a place where I can cut away the avarice corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current S-Corp. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned the flow and find myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. The river continues to wind, carrying me back to Escort, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way Escort is? But your method as it is now goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoyed those principles so much, then why ask me to leave this game? because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escorp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Im Yong-yok, second ordinator of the Sapapeo Agro Industries, official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command. What is that? She's doing like the Alan Bow Gojo face. Like, and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate.
히, 긁어, 신, 어인 짜증나는 시선이 늘었다. 앞으로 한 번만 더.
Yeah, we know this much.
빛으로 내 검을 힐끔힐끔 쳐다보네.
Is it just the same kids?
그땐 예외 없이 모분이다.
I think it is. Okay. In that case, let's just start. Does this one have a reuse? I think it does, right? Yeah, it does. And this one does too, and this one doesn't. Yeah, and this one does. Okay. How much to gain haste though? Honestly though, not bad. Because we can start inflicting bind for Honglu to start fucking up more.
노비인 줄 알고 묶어둘 뻔했잖아요.
Do that.
원망도 미친 소용이 없었고 그저 무언가를 잡으려 애썼을 뿐.
좋아, 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에. 처음으로 숨통을 튀었던 순간을 기억하네.
It's not a lot of damage, but this is kind of a setup turn right now, so never mind.
혹신 그 자체였다. 웃기는 자식들.
Why the
끝나고 나서
body
고래구이
is the one who shall
파티를
bear down
열어주겠다고 하니 의욕이 좀 났나?
Whatever you say. And then we'll do this for Rousseau, so we can pop regrets.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Yeah, this won't be fun for her. Wait, does that apply for everyone? What? No, what? How is that the case for pink ribbons? What the fuck?
구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔
サンタさんの
작업시 모자르지.
とても効果的でした。
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했군.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Okay. You can still hit resonance. I was like, does that apply for every single person that can...
그녀에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시게.
What? I guess it does. What the fuck? That's so busted. What the fuck? There's no way that's the intended gameplay design. There's just no way.
즐기고 계신가요?
I'm sorry, that's just too ridiculous for me to believe. And then this turn we'd let her rock. That should be good enough.
조심하세요. 노비인 줄 알고 묶어둘 뻔했잖아요.
벤단 사월을 건.
I cannot imagine this fight in fucking like a reflect trial.
뒤와 요격. 균형 상수. 상승. 정리화.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
순순히 보라를 받으시죠.
오, 제 행위. 그렇다면 무상. 이 순간이 다들 되어내리라. 낫도 반드시 숨이 다들 되어낼
How's the form poised to act opportunely and ask for singles? Sir? What? Are you crazy, Kim? Kim, are you smoking crack? Please stop. That's stupid. Yeah, you're crazy, buddy. Like, we just can't be doing that.
망설임이 없도록.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
6, 7.
욕참. 홀딱.
이 순간이 다들 되어내리라.
Imagine if this was a Sagar. Nah.
지루하군. 하지만 이런 시시한
Also, where the fuck did your damage come from?
풀어넣어줄 비장 예술이 하나 있지.
How are you suffering?
박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
Okay, so that was Ryochu fucking with me. What? Why does she strum the guitar?
된다면 사활을
귀와 요격, 함수. 함수가 이어졌다면
Nice. Is that not just GG?
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
하품이다 난. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
I just go crazy, okay? Go stupid. Ah!
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Like you're gonna deal like 20 Gorillion damage.
귀와 요격. 균형 삼수. 상전.
Yeah.
수밖에.
Nice. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand. I'm not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Yeah, except for that one move you like tried to sick on us like a fucking psycho. Barely. We appear evenly matched. Yet he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away. You can have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and the military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck. Clash after clash, the two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to close in a final, fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just as Bamboo had Kim and Im Young Yup ready for their final bout, Ungdu leaped in between them. Ungdu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I'm scared of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows. As though the path isn't haunted by ghosts. As though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland. I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. Cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me. And when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? Mentor, your weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart has become a fiendish blade that cuts down your fellows. Dude, I thought you were here to taught me to keep on living. Your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is at this time? That you would cast away your own creed and life. What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. We're kicking a man when he's in town. And I've had enough of that flippin' larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single of us had picked up on the fact that your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? that you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself a tool. Sorry, it wields not itself. A tool wielded by willing hands. Why, mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has. You? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours, and live on. Live on, so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no soul left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed. The bell? The bell? That's Floresigo, right? Right? Indeed. Perhaps there was some merit in your word that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor? That is not what I said. Interesting. When did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Undo and Imgyeong were knocked away from bamboo hatted Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raised his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed. I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forged me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. It's so FLORS ego time. Come on. Come on. Come on. Well, as it seems that I've had an opportunity to rechase our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? Ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Im Gyung-yup, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. Yo! Let's go. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, bore my friends along. In bamboo veil, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch Bluesom's throng. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. Yo! So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Speak to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I found your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden, to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me. Ramrohated Kim! Ramrohated Kim, the treasonous wretch! Ah! Ah! Ah!
구원올.
Life is worth the living, chat. That was awesome. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. With the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? The baker, always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives. Our experiences. Want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in or not in your lives? All of this. Just empty means to an end? So that you can get high on fake, purchased experiences nailed into a can? That's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life. Those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. They're all blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experience. I don't care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering. Grasping at illusions. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories. Experiences. The reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace. A scowl on Rousseau's face. I reflected upon the events of today, could at least begin to guess as why, and could at least begin as to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either that can experience that guy's photographs, do you, Rousseau? His experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them? I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But I knew what was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Rousseau. Huh? I think it materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. I mean, that thing's still alive? There's been an overlay of fathoms created within the distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet, think does she grow? It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Quick, first one. These are your crimes. Crime of fomented chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chinokans of Sao Paulo Agro Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Sao Paulo Agro Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one owns fathoms. And it will be a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused be sentenced to death by beheading. Whoa. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the Fate Barrage-like warrior brought down her sword on the Doggygriffer's neck, decapitating him. Well, the head wasn't crushed, so it's fine. In an entity of the Fathoms, slay one outside it. Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Young Nope was a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Kim Young-Yup's shape slowly phases out of reality. We found ourselves back into the projection room. And there... No, wait. Don't tell me that headless corpse is... Found a large group of injured Endcorp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the Docugrapher.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서
Now that we got a lot there.
살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
Now we have all these left. That was a lot of fun. Now, though, it's only a little more time before we can get another temple in the bag. Yep. Right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for the LCD team leader to investigate. Although the mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate the distortion from Encore, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked toward Ongdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. I don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Okay, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Hey, the point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. I swear, I am never doing one of these without team leader ever again. See, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors, I kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows were finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you were expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? I do. Do you mind releasing the helms on my sleeve? I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded. With Ongdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back. To the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed with Kim though, because that's how he's always been, from what I've seen. In any case, fine. You're released. You've given me a good heart shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Ongdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem release, allow me to reiterate that... Stop! My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into your place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. And guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulders into little chips. Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I am about to ask thee for a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Must I recall how, as we battled the young corpse frame team, I've also taken photographs of us? Uh-huh. And? You're those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated the taboo, forsooth? As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had to come to blows. Yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations. Reporting footage is taboo in Encore, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photographs. Then words hold water, yet... Most puzzling, forsooth. I recall with clarity that from a certain point, they have begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Rousseau. Are we just now in their shit list? And that's like what the next canto is about? just like surviving their shit list? Given how often I had to rely on the information Rousseau had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to rephrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from it. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgments on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Rousseau, do you remember how many pictures of us the Young Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. Do you actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. I was so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine mouth if I do say so myself. It's me. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us, louder and louder. What the heck? Encore. Oh, dang it, are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen, we had to because of the distortion. See? This is, she says. Skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please like to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters here first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle. We intend to submit an expedition request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you'd be so kind as to let us speak. Business. They are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Rousseau. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Rousseau did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Rousseau, formerly One Who Nails, and a former member of maintenance and management team at the Grand Magasin Sisyphe headquarters. Confirm. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp, with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Oh. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Fuck my voice. Confirmed. Very well. Then, in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back, and please offer no resistance. I'm required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. What? Stop! What the hell's going on? forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Rousseau? Rousseau, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the Uncorp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. And why the heck did you work? It was less a question and more a reflex. I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but just reply I will follow these instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are now considered a suspect and will be transported to Ancorp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your ass? What in the bloody hell do you think you... Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize Ancorp. A wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah? I was just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away. Aw, he cares so much for Wikipedia. This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development, and that was set in stone. Spider calm and collect an explanation. I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either. She was sending an uncomfortable glance at the Uncorp's employees. So, where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Rousseau into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Rousseau, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. No way that's a cliffhanger, right? I'll be damned! What the fuck? That's how it ends? Shit, man, I really like that. Yeah, I had a lot of a blast with this. Especially the dungeon. It's been a while since I've dealt with the dungeon. I hope that the when we get the reflect trial, it's not going to be as much of a pain as I imagine it might be. But I think I'm confident to say that we might be in safe hands. In the meantime, we'll end the stream with just one final temple, since after that I will still have enough for one hard pity for Walpurgis Night. So here's hoping that we at least get Ishmael's ID, okay? But fuck this game. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. I hope to see y'all next time. I don't know when I'll be back streaming. Stay tuned for that, I suppose. And yeah, peace.